Yep, 6:30.
All right, I'll call this meeting to order of the Planning and Zoning Commission of Leon Valley on June 25th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. Pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah. All right. So let's see. Our first. Well, first of all, looks like we do have a quorum. Okay. So, I thought, and I'm sorry I don't have it. I thought I had it with me. Do we have that by any chance? What? Rules of decorum. We're going to try to read that. Yes, you do. Okay.
The rules of decorum can also be found outside the door, and so we're looking for the article so we can show it to you up on the slide, but they are posted on the door with a section on the rules for the rules of decorum for the crowd.
Very good. Very good. Okay. All right. Do we...
Was somebody in violation of the decorum the last time? I ask a question again. Was somebody in violation of the rules of decorum?
The chair asked for the rules of decorum before the meeting started, and that's why we're putting them up.
Who did?
The chair did.
Yeah. The chair did?
Yeah, Mr. Mata did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hope he read the Robert Rules of BS, because it says in the first chapter, it's a guideline only.
Mr. Blackmore, please don't speak out of
Well, I did.
order here. Okay. So the first item on our agenda here is discussion and action. We're going to go ahead and elect a chair, a vice chair, second vice chair.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you brought that up.
You have to approve the zoning minutes for the last meeting. That's item number 2.
Oh, it's out of order.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Everyone here have a chance to look over the minutes. Any issues? I didn't see any issues, so I'll entertain a motion on that.
I move that we accept the minutes as written.
I'll second it.
All right. Everyone are yays? We all have unanimous? Okay, all right. All right, approved. Okay, so let's move into the first agenda item. All right, discussion and action, election of chair, vice chair, second vice chair, in accordance with Chapter 15, Zoning, Article 15.02, Division 13, Organization and Enforcement, Section 15.02.721 of the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances. All right, Mr. Salinas.
So this is a discussion between the commissioners. Under the Code of Ordinances, we are required to, this is required to be the first item on the meeting for June every 2 years. And so you are required to elect a chair, first vice chair, and a second vice chair. So this is a conversation, discussion is yours. Just let us know who you want to vote, and we will jot it down for y'all.
Oh, by the way, I know we're on this agenda item, but I do see an alternate here. And since we do have an open seat on the dais, is it too late to have her up here, or?
Nope.
All right, so anyone interested in being the chair?
I nominate Eric Mata for chair.
So we need a second on that?
You don't have a second here. I just want to nominate somebody.
Sure.
Ms. Fernandez for chair, Ms. Ruth as vice chair, and Mr. Perry as a second vice chair.
Okay, well, I think we have a We have a standing motion from Mrs.
Well, we have a motion from Ms. Ruth for a chair for Mr. Mata, so you need to look for a second. If it doesn't go anywhere, then you can go ahead and go with your motion, Mr. Blackmore.
Second? No?
Aye.
Might want to turn that on.
I second that.
Okay. We vote on that, or do we move over to the?
You can vote on it, yes.
Do we need the second chair?
No, you can vote individually, and
Yeah, we're
you
probably
can
gonna
vote
vote
individually if you wish.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Can I say something? We have a chair right now that has a criminal history, long criminal history. What is it? Why don't you give us a rundown, Mr. Mata?
I don't know. That's
Oh,
interesting coming from someone that served in the military that was excused from the military for violating people's rights. So if you want to go there, Mr. Blackmore,
I did 20 years.
didn't, but I think you should have a little more respect. We're here to do the business of the people, not to act like we're in high school. So we're not going to go there. We're going to vote on this now, and that'll be it. Okay?
I just want to hear about your criminal history, about assault,
Mr. Blackmore,
aggravated assault, kidnapping.
are we going to continue going there?
Yes.
No, okay, guys, I'm going to stop this right now. So you had please take a seat. So there was a motion on the table. There was a second. You can have further discussion on that item. And so I understand that Mr. Blackmore represented other people as well. And so you can have continued discussion if you want to continue to discuss that item, or you can call for a vote. So I'm talking parliamentary procedure here and what you need to do. So if the majority of the committee wants to call for a vote, you can call for a vote. If you would like further discussion, there can be further discussion. Qualifications is not part of your zoning commission standards, so there's nothing in the required that you can't be a felon, that you can't have a criminal history, that you can't be dishonorably discharged from the military, or like we're not here to have personal attacks against one another. Everybody was here on the dais was appointed by council, and so we're not getting into personal attacks. That's not part of the qualifications where it exclude anybody from being a chair or vice chair or secretary or serving as an officer. So again, we're not getting into people's personal history. You can make a motion. If y'all would like, you can, I've seen in the past where people wanted to nominate themselves and they asked for resumes, and we've gone down that path in the past. It just takes like a longer time to go through that. And so you do have a motion on the floor. It has been seconded. The committee can choose to take a vote, or you can have further discussion on the item if you wish.
I propose that we move to voting.
So then I would take a roll call vote.
All right, do we want to start on this end?
And so you would go alternate one, Cynthia Kroger.
You're voting for the chair of this committee moving forward. So,
I nominated Eric,
Okay.
and
yeah,
he was seconded by
Me.
Pat.
by Ms. Martinez, yeah, so.
And so unless you have somebody else that the committee has, Mr. Blackmore proposed Ruth Fernandez as chair. So so you can do each position individually. And so you can start with the chair. That's the first motion on the table. So we can start with the chair. They've made a motion for Mr. Mata. There was somebody that did make another recommendation as Dr. Ruth Fernandez. And so you can deny that vote, that motion, like each person can deny, and then you would take the second motion, which would be Dr. Ruth Fernandez to be the chair, and then you would vote on that item, or not. You can say yes to that motion, and then we would move on and appoint a vice chair, and then so on. So the first motion on the table is chair with the nomination of Eric Mata being your chair. It's been seconded by, I'm sorry, I was about to call her Councilman Pat Martinez. And so then now they've recommended that y'all take a vote, and so then y'all would move to take the vote on that item. And so how do you wish to vote? On the first motion? Okay. Dr. Ruth Fernandez? David Perry?
Yay.
Yes. Nay.
Nay.
What was it?
Oh, okay, well, I guess I'll say yay.
Yeah, you can vote for yourself. 5 to 3. Okay, so the motion does carry. So then you'd move on to
Okay.
your next position.
So we'll move on, and I'll look for a nomination of vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Fernandez as vice chair.
I second that.
Okay, we'll take a vote. Starting over here. Nay.
Yes.
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 Everyone said yes, except Mr. Mata.
Okay. So now we have the second vice chair, and I'll entertain a motion on second vice chair. As the chair, I'll nominate Mrs. Ruth, Andrea Ruth, as our second vice chair. And looking for a second.
I second.
Starting over here. Yay.
Yes.
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 All right. So that wasn't too hard.
Get the motion.
All right. So I guess I'll stay here as the chair. And we'll move over to agenda item 2, presentation, public hearing, discussion, and possible recommendation to consider a request for a SUP on approximately 2.75 acre tract of vacant land located in the 5300 block of Warsbach Road, lots 5, 24, and 25, block 4, CB 9904, Rolling Ridge Division, and Zone B3 commercial with commercial industrial overlay zoning for the construction of a church and learning center. It's classified as church and learning center. Mr. Salinas?
Second here. Yes, good afternoon. So we received a specific use request for a property along Wurzbach Road. The property in question would be a church and a learning center. The reason that the property requires an SUP is because it a bunch of residential lots. I don't believe there's any homes back there, but it abuts to residential lots. That's why they require an R1, an SUP. The property is sitting on about just shy of 3 acres. Again, along Bandera Road, it would encompass 3 lots. So it would be 2 on Bandera, on Wurzbach, and 1 on the back neighborhood back there. The owner would need to replat, and they're currently working on that before any construction is going to need to be done. Here's an aerial view. So here's Wurzbach Road. It would be these 2 lots right here, and the lot behind it. And so we also have a rendering of what that would look like here in the next few slides, but this is where the property would basically sit. Lot 25 would be the church, 5,000 square foot would be the learning center, lot 24, and lot 5 would be the parking lot, they would exit onto Blackberry Drive, which is the back end also here. We're also proposing, or the owner's also proposing, a basketball court and picnic tables in the area. Oops. Here's our site plan. Again, so Wurzbach Road goes up and down right here. Our learning center, our church, parking around the property and parking along the back, and then Blackberry Road on the back end over here. Again, as I described, churches, religious entities are allowed in all zoning districts, so that's not the reason they're here for the SUP. They're here because they abut residential property, and so that's the reason they're seeking an SUP here. The project meets all requirements for landscaping, parking, and lighting. History on the property has been vacant for a long time. It's never been developed, so it sits vacant for still to this day. There's not enough traffic on there for us to have a traffic impact study analysis. We sent out 18 letters. Of those 18 letters, 2 of them were undeliverable. We did not receive anybody in favor, anybody opposed, and like I said, 2 undeliverable. The fiscal impact, the owner has paid all associated fees. Land would be considered a religious entity, so we will not get any property tax on it. Religious entities do not pay any tax, so that would be, there would no be fiscal impact on there. However, as people come into the church, they go out into the city, they could potentially have some kind of fiscal impact on our property owners and businesses in the area. The staff recommends the approval of the SUP based on the plan submitted for the property. Here you go.
All right, so I assume we open this up to a public hearing. All right, so it is 6:45 p.m. and we'll open up the public hearing portion of this. (6:45 p.m.) and we'll close the public hearing. All right. Any discussion here on the dais? don't remember us speaking about this, yeah. Yeah, so I'll entertain a motion on it.
I move that we approve this plan, this request as presented.
Entertain a second. Okay. Sorry about that. So, sorry, lost my place here. So is this an item where we need? Okay, all right. So starting right over here.
Let's just, yeah, go to
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those
Opposed?
opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Okay. Actually, that was not a nay for me. I was just, yeah.
Yes.
May I request from the commissioners that when you're making a vote or you have something to say, that you turn on your microphones and speak into the microphone because this is being recorded and we can't hear you unless you have your microphone on.
Very good. Did we record a proper vote for that? I think
Yes.
it was, okay, all right. Okay, so moving on to our third agenda item, presentation, public hearing, discussion, and possible recommendation to consider a request for a zone change from B3 commercial with sustainability overlay district to B3 commercial zoning district on approximately 1/5 acre tract of vacant land located in the 6400 block of Grissom Road, being Lot 73, CB 5784, Leon Valley Addition, Glass Service Division. Mr. Salinas?
Good afternoon. So this is another property that is vacant. The property owners have requested that the sustainability be removed from their property in order for them to go ahead and be allowed to use the property for equipment storage and equipment, basically equipment storage. They've purchased the property behind them as well. And so the vacant land is just over an acre. This thing's very, very fast. The aerial view of the property is right here. So it is along Grissom Road. They purchased this property behind it. So what they would do is that they would use both properties for storage facility. They would fence off the property, obviously, and they would store their equipment back here. The property has been vacant. It has never been developed. Property along Grissom Road is very similar, so there's a lot of similar businesses around the area, so we don't see any major problem with that. Storage is not allowed in the sustainability, but if we remove that in the B3 commercial, it would be allowed, and so that's the reason we're seeking to remove the sustainability. The city is already in the process of removing the sustainability, but the applicant does not want to wait for the city to do that, and so they brought the case on themselves. Again, it was once R1 zoning back in 1975, went to B2. It was rezoned from B2 to B3, and it was replatted back in 2008, but it has sat vacant for many, many years. It would be along the rest of the properties that do not have sustainability, and so again, it would fit it right in, like we said. Things around it, again, sustainability with PDD, nothing with sustainability, and B2 retail. It does fit with our master plan to have, or at the time we had this would have been considered our town center where we had the garden home dwelling and retail, things along that. But the area obviously has changed, and so this application is not out of the ordinary for what they're seeking. We sent out 12 letters on this application. We only received one that's undeliverable, none in favor, and none opposed to it. The owner has applied and paid all fees. The development of the lot would increase ad valorem tax, so they will develop the property. On an economic development basis, they will also hire and employ staff, so that's also a good thing for us. The recommendation is staff that we recommend that you approve it, since the surrounding zoning is compatible with the request.
All right. Let's see, it's 6:50 p.m., and I'll open up the public portion of this agenda item. Anyone has any questions or wants to come up to the dais and address this, feel free. If not, it is 6:51 p.m., and we will close the public portion of this item.
I move that we accept this proposal as it is presented.
I'll second it. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Any opposed?
Any opposed? All right, ayes have it. Okay, so let's move on here. Let's see, are we on 4? Is that right? Yep. Presentation, public hearing, discussion, and recommendation to consider a request for a zone change from R1 Single Family Dwelling District with Sustainability Overlay to B2 Commercial Zoning District on approximately 0.4 acre tract of vacant land located on 7704 and 7708 Eckerd Road, lots 13 and 14, Block 1, CB 4446A, Linkwood Addition Division. Mr. Salinas?
Yes, so I just want to point this out a little bit here, is that there's a typo on this agenda item. It just says B2, it says commercial. What we're looking here is what the requester is asking for is a B3. And so everywhere else you will see B3, but we made an error there. So just be on the note that we are looking for a B3, not a B2. Okay. This property is, again, another vacant piece of land, 2 lots apparently, lots 13 and 14. They're located along Eckerd Road. Eckerd Road was listed as R1 family dwelling, single dwelling a long time ago. And so they are requesting that it be rechanged or rezoned to a B3 commercial. Here's our lot. And so along this path here, you're going to have your businesses along the path. This is Eckerd Road, and then on the other side you have San Antonio, which is apartments, and I think this is a multi-use building across the street. The plot, 1956, the plot was developed as R1 homes, but it was never developed. It has remained R1 single-family residence since then, and so the property would need to be replatted for any new development, which the applicant is aware of. There are some concerns that staff has, and the concern is that the master plan is not really in line with what the applicant is asking for. So what the development would be changing the area to a B3. The master plan calls for B2 access, so it would allow that extra B3 commercial spaces to come in. Surrounding area, we have, again, like I said, the city of San Antonio, we have an office warehouse and apartments. So there is already some kind of B3 action across the street. Just an FYI on that. The west of it, we have a lot of B2 retail, and a lot of east and west, we have a lot of B2 retail along Eckerd Road. And the south of that, we have single family homes behind this applicant's property. Here's our zoning, and so what we're looking at here are these 2 properties. And so what we're looking here is going to be anything in red is B2, and so what the applicant here is searching for is a B3. And so that is the reason why the master plan is off on this site here, but the applicant is asking for a B3, just to let you all know. Letters sent out were 19. We received none opposed, none in favor, and we received 2, 1 was undeliverable. The fiscal impact, the owner has paid all fees. Any development of the lots will increase the ad valorem tax, so it will be added to the tax roll. It won't be vacant land anymore. And any type of business that would come in could possibly generate sales tax for the city of Leon Valley. So you do have potential sales tax revenue there. The staff recommends denial of this just because it is against the master plan, and it would be a B3 zone district, and it would be along a lot of B2s. And so that's the reason why we are recommending denial of this application. And so that is the presentation on that one.
All right, it's 6:55, and I'll open up the public portion of this item. And if there's no questions, it's 6:55 p.m., and I'll close this public portion and entertain a motion or discussion here on the dais about this.
Could you please go back to the map? Sorry. Could you please go back to the map?
Which map? This one or this one?
Oh, no, the second one, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Yeah, Ms. Moritz?
The applicant is here, and he does wish to speak to the commission, if that would be your preferred.
And just real quick, I know Mr. Salinas has kind of given us his reasoning, or is this in general staff reasoning on?
General staff.
Okay. So master plan,
The problem is the zoning district itself. So B3 commercial allows a lot more intense use than a B2 retail does.
okay.
We have a lot of instances in this city, particularly up and down Bandera Road, where in the old days they allowed it to be 3 commercial, and now we have a problem because there's a residential district behind it. And the noise and the action and all that going on, we constantly get complaints from the residents saying, why did you allow that use? And so if you'll look at your permitted use table in the zoning code, you'll see how much more intense those uses are than just regular B2 retail. B2 retail is goods and services. You drive in, you go in, you buy your product, you come back out and you leave. You don't have engines revving. You don't have any of that kind of pollution that comes from automobile places, that kind of stuff. And so that's why we never recommend that B3 abut residential.
All right. Do you have a question, Mrs. Roof? No. Okay.
Did you want to speak?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Is the applicant speak? Go ahead.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from him. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
The reason why my name is Alejandro, Alex, and I own a business already in San Antonio, but I currently rent. So I found this opportunity, and that's why we want to move over here. We just want to be able to provide our services here in Leon Valley and be able to serve the community. Now, I do a couple days, like 1 week ago, last week, I talked with Mrs. Melinda, sorry, and she did tell me that it was a concern for her where if we're going to be making a lot of noise, if we're going to be bothering the neighbors, because she said that there's another hot rod mechanic shop that happens, but we do not do any hot rods. We mainly focus on, and like I said, it's an established business, and that's what we currently do. We're just moving locations, hopefully. We just mainly focus on auto sales and mechanic work, just getting the vehicle back on the road. That's it, and nothing crazy.
I assume, I'm looking at your shirt,
Yes.
It says tire and auto. So I guess my concern is when I've gone to get a new tire put on, or even my tires balanced, it can be a noisy process. So I'm just wondering if how much of that is part of your business versus auto sales?
To be honest, we actually started as a tire shop. We don't really do any tires no more. We still have the equipment, but we don't do it. And if we were to do anything loud, like any mechanic work, on the site plan that we provided, we do plan on doing it indoors, not outside. That way there's not any noise.
And what's the extent of the mechanic work you do? Is it just oil changes, things like that, or is it?
Just, like suspension and engine swaps, but.
So you're probably using air tools?
We use battery. Mainly we use battery, so there's not a lot of noise. And if we do have a compressor, but it's a pretty quiet compressor compared to other ones. And again, they will be inside. That way we try to minimize that noise, and we're just willing to work with the neighbors and the city instead of bothering them.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
I have a question. Alex, what are your hours of operation?
Currently we work 9 to 6, 9 to 7. It all depends, to be honest, how busy we are. But if there's an issue with that, like I said, we're willing to compromise if needed.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. you have a question, David?
Talk a little bit about what's so special about this piece of land that has you want to buy it and then put more money into developing it.
I just think it's a very good location. I actually like the area. I like Leon Valley. We don't currently do business here in Leon Valley. Like I said, we're in San Antonio, but I do like the area. I think it's a nice place to be.
And if this change is not approved, would you change your mind on buying the property then?
Yes, I have to look somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I know my only concern is that it's the property that gets zoned. Once it's zoned, that's it. Then even if the gentleman decides that he wants to sell the property, it's zoned that now.
A comment that I had on that was that, if I'm not mistaken, I would need an SUP in order to build. I think the city would still have a say, even with the zoning. If it was a B3, if another business came in, with the SUP, I think you guys will still be able to dictate what's supposed to be there and what not.
Staff, any comment on that or reaction to that? No.
So you are correct, Ms. Gomez. What you're voting on today is the changing of the property. So if Mr. Alisad doesn't go forward with the property, the zoning will, and the council approves that it will be a B3. And so, yes, someone else could come in and apply for the SUP, but the zone has been changed, right? It will be a B3. And so we want to put that out there just for you all to understand that if you approve the zone change, right now you're not approving his business, the council's not approving his business, you're approving a zone change. So he can sell it, if he doesn't go through with it, the property's already changed to B3. And so we just want to make that clear to the people here that that's what he's applying for. He's applying for a zone change right now. You're not looking at the business yet.
Okay. All right, I'll yeah, we can continue to have a discussion. Is there something you wanted to bring up on it? Specific to this item?
No.
Guys.
I have a question for you.
If you're going to have a conversation, you need to have it out loud.
I have a question. I have a quick question.
Yeah. Just real quick, I wanted to, just so there's not any violation here. I think, yeah, we should have had this in the open, but the concern is, yeah, once the zoning is modified, there's always the concern. Is it going to be bought by the applicant, by the person bringing the case, or would he turn around and sell it? So it is a concern, and I understand that. And I will say that I feel like staff is pretty open to approval of various zoning changes. And I think when they bring something to us and they're recommending no, we should give it consideration. So, yeah.
I just had a question about the rule that I noticed here on number 5 that it says executive session, and I wondered if that was actually something that applies to us, that we could go someplace and speak privately. But you can answer that now, or you can answer that later. It was just seemed appropriate since we wanted to have a
Normally
quiet
that involves
conversation.
like an attorney, a city attorney.
So the only time you can go into an executive session is if it has to get attorney's advice.
Right.
And so that's the only time you can go into executive session.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll entertain a motion again. Yeah, there's a part of me that I do see, corridors in our community like Grissom and Bandera where traditionally there has been complaints about the type of businesses we have there because they're shops, and so there has been complaints from residents that happen to live here off of what's the name of our road here? Valverde, yeah. So that's my only concern is we have some good residents there and putting them in a situation where they're dealing with possible distractions, you know. So anyways.
I too am concerned about future use of the property, because your intention is one intention. Later on, the property is sold, and who knows, who comes to be there and can use the same zoning and become probably a bit of a nuisance.
Mm-hmm. And if I'm able to comment something, we are actually under contract, so the plan is to buy the property, and we're not planning on selling. So if it goes through, hopefully we can stay there for a long time. Thank you.
Is there a way that we could, I read somewhere about making sure that folks were complying with whatever they promised they would be doing. So I wondered if there's any way that we could monitor the noise, if there's any way that we could reinforce the idea that you can't have certain amount of noise going into the neighborhood.
There's code, obviously. We have codes to prevent that. Can we enforce that code all the time on everybody? We have one code enforcement officer. We have properties right now in Leon Valley that we constantly have to notify them to fix something on their property, be it overgrown grass, junk, weeds, debris, and those people then continue it. They'll stop for a while, and then it starts up again, and we have to go back and notify. And so we end up going to these places 5, 6, 10. Sometimes we have to file liens on the property. I mean, yes, we have codes. Are people going to follow them all the time? No, they're not. The other thing I want to point out about this case is that that would be the only B3 commercial property in that whole strip. It's not consistent with the master plan, and that could be considered spot zoning. That's why we have a master plan, is so you can be consistent.
Meaning that, were you insinuating something, Melinda? Do you want to get down to what you were trying to get at with that?
Not insinuating. I'm just saying that would be the only B3 property in that whole area.
No, I understand that. So are you saying that could lead to some kind of litigation?
It could.
Spot
if
zoning?
somebody else wanted to come in and make that last little lot B3 and we told them no, then they could turn around and say, well, you spot zoned that one.
So if we approve this still goes to council. I guess that's something to consider.
Even if you deny it, it would still go to council.
It would? Okay, yeah, that's
Absolutely.
right. Okay. All right, well, I hate to do it.
And again, I want to remind you, you are not voting on this young man's business. You're
Sure.
voting on the
zoning of that.
Just want to put that out there.
I motion that we deny this request.
I second that motion.
All right, I always forget the script here, so. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Nay?
Any opposed?
Nay?
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to agenda item 5. Presentation, discussion, and public hearing to gain preliminary feedback on a request to rezone approximately 32 acres of land from R1 to RE1 and RE1 zoning districts to a planned development district with R6 district-based zoning on 19.6 acre tract being lots 1 and 2, blocks 1, CB 4430, Grass Hill Estate subdivision, and an unplatted 11.37 acre tract, parcel 13, abstract 432, CB 4430, located in the 6500 block of Samaritan and a portion surrounded by Aid, Samaritan, Grass Hill, and William Rancher Streets. Leon Valley, being a total of approximately 30.1 acres. Mrs. Moritz?
Thank you. Good evening. So you're right. This is approximately 30 acres, 19 of which are now known as Grass Hill Estates subdivision, and then the other 11 is an unplatted parcel that's back behind Samaritan. I'm not clicking. Here's your location map. So this So this is William Rancher. This is Grass Hill. This is Seneca. This is Age Drive. This is the portion of property that was recently rezoned, the 27 acres. Here is the ridge at Leon Valley Park. So the purpose is to gain feedback on this request to rezone. The development would have 144 30-foot wide lots, 46 40-foot wide lots, and 15 60-foot wide lots for a total of 205 single-family homes. Here's your site plan. This portion up here, which abuts William Rancher, this would be the 15 properties that would be 60-foot wide. This portion right here would be the 40-foot wide lots. Right now, Samaritan actually follows this path down from Ades to Grass Hill. It is proposed to move it over. This portion would be the lots that had 30-foot wide zoning. The applicant is requesting R6 minimum, but these lots on this side here would be about 3,375 square feet as opposed to 4,500 square feet. There are some right in here that are 3,900 square feet. These lots on this side of the new proposed Samaritan would have 5,000 square feet. This side over here would have 4,852 square feet. And then these along this side would have 6,750 square feet. And just to remind y'all, a normal R1 single family lot is 8,400 square feet. I'm pretty sure y'all all know the history, as we've heard it time and time again. And so the only new thing on the history is this one right here. A request to rezone the 27 acres along Samaritan was approved. So the variance requests are to the minimum area of lot, including the depth, floor space, frontage, height, and then the setbacks for the yards. And then we've already gone over this. I showed you the 144 would be situated on the unplatted parcel behind Samaritan and Ades Drive. The 44 that have the 40-foot width are on Samaritan, and then the 15 would be along William Rancher. He is asking for a variance to the street width to lower it from 50 to 48 feet. And for a variance to the trees. He intends to clear the properties and then mitigate it by the planting of 2 trees per lot that is 40 foot or wider and 1 tree per lot on all the other ones. He's also asking to have mitigation fees capped at $25,000, and he will be dedicating a little more than 4 acres to treed parkland. And here's your tree summary. So of the trees that are being removed, he's required to mitigate 330, but he's also planting 410. He's asking to be granted the right to modify the master site plan to increase the lot size, decrease the density, add or modify the bike trails, or add more green spaces. He's asking for internal approval for subsequent development applications as long as they don't exceed 10% of the approved plan. He's requesting to relocate Samaritan Drive and all the utilities associated with that, but the street would be dedicated as a public street. And then we've looked at the traffic impact analysis over and over again, and the Grass Hill and Seneca are more than capable of carrying that kind of traffic. The access to this proposed subdivision would be from Samaritan, Seneca, and Grass Hill. All 3 streets need to be reconstructed because they're substandard. The estimated cost is about $4 million. The applicant's share of that would be about $1.4 million, and this is in addition to the development of the streets that are in the subdivision proper. He would be responsible for all those costs. Master plan, section 11N, states that the areas remain largely unplatted and undeveloped, and that land use for Seneca Estates Unit 3 and 3B are established neighborhoods and should be maintained as such. And then undeveloped tracts should be zoned R1 single family. And then it also calls for the consolidation of the properties that are involved in this zoning request. We mailed out 18 letters. We received 1 in opposition. We received, I think, 2 that were undeliverable as of this date. The owner's paid all his fees. The development of this area will generate ad valorem and sales tax revenue. Staff recommends approval of the proposed PDD, but we understand residents and Planning and Zoning Commission may have concerns that should be addressed prior to any recommendation being forwarded to the City Council. And as I said, this is the first hearing on this property. They do have to come back another time. This is just to gain preliminary feedback. The applicant is here, and he has his own PowerPoint, and he wants to show that, and so that he can answer any of your questions.
Melinda,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask her a question?
Yeah, but you need to be
Okay,
recognized.
Melinda, one of his requests is to modify the master plan to increase, did you say to increase the space, the lot space? But here it says the current R6 standard is 4,500 square feet, and he's requesting it to be lowered to 3,000. Can you explain that?
Sure. This is a planned development district, and so as a part of that proposal, he's allowed to ask for variances to minimum lot size, minimum lot width, all that stuff. So while his base zoning district for this is going to be Garden Home, which does state 4,500 square foot for the lots, he's going to have some that are larger, he's going to have some that are about that, and he's going to have some that are smaller. What he's asking for is, if he can he change the lots to be larger, which creates less density?
But he's just requesting it. It doesn't mean that
Correct.
we're going to see it detailed like I absolutely say I will build so many at a larger space.
He would only be allowed to amend this plan by 10%.
Okay.
That's it. The rest of the 90% of it has to stay the same. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
So my question then is, why then on the variance request would you put 3,000 square feet if you had no intentions of really going there?
You may have to make some smaller depending on what happens with the stormwater. This is really close to Hebner Creek. Let me get to this site plan. And so Hebner Creek runs right through here. In fact, a part of this is the creek right here. And so there's a lot of mitigation that has to be done as for stormwater runoff, both from this development, which he'll have to address before planning, and also from this development. We put in a drainage, a drainage way that goes across here, but that doesn't take care of any drainage that's going to come off of this property. And so there's a planned detention pond here, which is right along Hebner Creek. But you'll still have to address it in here. And so if he has to create some more space for detention pond, he may have to lower the size of these lots down here. And so that's why he's asking for the minimum.
And again, I would ask that question when I was reading through in prep for the meeting. I read somewhere that we can put in place, I think we can put in place, a way of having somebody comply with whatever they had in their plan. Am I understanding that correctly, or can you tell me
Yes,
us
ma'am.
more about that?
This is the project plan. Now, this is not the final, because like we said, this is the preliminary. But when he comes back to you at the next meeting, he's going to have a finalized plan. And so that plan, can't be changed unless you give him what he wants, which is to say internal approval of a 10% change. And so if he's got to adjust some lots or adjust some lot lines, as long as 90% of the plan stays the same, he would be allowed to do that. Land is difficult, always.
So Melinda, if we go ahead and we actually change section 15, as you had presented at the previous meeting, wouldn't that also change whatever the proposals or the modifications to the proposal?
You're talking about giving him a variance to those sections?
No, I'm saying that any consideration for variance, could they be impacted if we make the changes, to section 15, the chapter 15 that we had discussed at a previous meeting? So we modify.
We're not changing the code.
Okay.
At all. The code stays the same. What you're doing is giving him a variance for this project. Okay. But the actual code stays the same. Anybody else who came in later and said, I want to build R6 garden homes, they would have to follow the code requirements.
Yeah, so that code is going to stay the same even if we make the changes to create a base.
For this project.
Okay. Okay.
All right, I'd suggest we hear from
The
your
applicant?
Shahadi.
Thank you, Melinda. Good evening, commissioners. So just wanted to address a couple of questions that came up. I will do it as I'm going through my presentation really quick. So, all right, so the current zoning really quickly, everybody's familiar with this. So we have RE1 here, we have R1, Labak property. This has been rezoned already to R6 PDD 40-foot lots, effectively. So we're carrying the same theme across the whole project. What we've done is we initially were thinking about a lower density. We ended up having to revert back to a higher density plan, master plan. The reason behind it is you've heard a lot about the rough proportionality calculations, which have to do with the extensions required to make this project work that's on the outside of the project itself. This is all city owned properties. We're talking about the road extensions, we're talking about utility extensions. So the other thing that we've been considering very closely is the demand. The demand in this area, I will discuss it a little bit more, has been very, very focused on smaller lots. We have not been seeing any development of anything bigger than 33-foot lots in Leon Valley over the past 4 years, so 5 years. So nor have we seen anything within 3 miles that has been more than 33-foot lots. So to that effect, when we did our calculations, and it's important that this point is understood by everybody. So when we increase the number of lots, the rough proportionality, the apportionment to the city, the cost allocated to the city decreases. The cost allocated to our group increases. So I will address it in a bit here, but effectively when we looked at 119 lots, the city, our portion from the 4 million for the roads was only $1 million, which meant the city would have to come up with $3 million. Everything that is utilities underground, like water and sewage, we take full responsibility for this. The city doesn't have to pay for any of that. So effectively, as you go up here, the first line, you look at road extensions as you go up in numbers, 166. Now we're going up by 400,000, 320. We go up by 1.7 million. And as you get to 380, which is what we're proposing for the whole development, all 3 properties, we'll be looking at about 3.2 million, which leaves the city with about $700,000 in terms of cost allocation for the roads. That will be the only liability the city will have in terms of increased cost for the improvement cost. As to the market demand, this is what's been going on. So council approved this project here, Senna, used to be called Post Landing. It's 33-foot lots. Trilogy is 31-foot lots. The Enclave at Whitby, this is weekly homes. They are 29-foot lots. And Villamanta here is by Chesmar. They're 29-foot lots. Some of them are 28-foot lots. So this is a deeper dive here. So the Enclave at Whitby, this is at the corner of Hebner and Babcock, northwest corner. They have 3.14 acres, and they have 44 lots on 3 acres. Okay, 30. So when you look, there are no sidewalks. There are the setback from the front is 5 feet. So this means from the curb to get into your garage is 5 feet. There is no street parking. The only parking they have for visitors is actually 3 spots right here in this area. So very interesting. It's a gated community. This is Villamanta. They have their Chesmar. This is all sold out, by the way. All of this stuff is sold out. For the Enclave, you look at the average sale price per home is about $440,000. So when people are saying, well, who's living in these? Who's buying these? Well, people are paying $450,000. Some of these homes went for $560,000. Sold out. That's the demand. Okay? And Villamanta, same thing. Villamanta, the average sale price is about $425,000. So that's all sold out as well. Trilogy, much bigger lots in Trilogy. If you look at the weekly size lot is 2,000 square feet. 2,000 square feet. So when you look at Trilogy is about 3,000, and same with Post Landing or Senna. So the economics here are very important. That is why we're inviting everybody to look at, well, what is the demand in the market, but also what is our cost. And I'm happy to send you a copy of this presentation. Nothing to worry about there. So what you will look at, sorry, let me just go here. So this is very important. If you look at the density here per acre, look at weekly, the enclave, it's 13 lots per acre. 13 lots per acre. The Chesmar Villamanta is about 10.5. Texas Homes, our partners at Trilogy, 8.4. And same with Century at Senna. They're about 8.3 lots. What we are proposing here is 6.3 lots. If you look at the difference in our density versus the weekly density, we are at less than 50% of their density. Mind you, they're selling every house for the same price, actually even more than our projected price. That's for 30-foot lots. So, and when you look at our apportioned improvement cost, you add that to our base cost. So our cost per home, per acre, because we have way less homes per acre, the development cost remains the same. You still have to put the same roads, you still have to put the same pipes, you still have to do all of this if you have 20 lots on an acre or if you have 2 lots on an acre. Same cost, basically. So we just invite you to consider this. And when we come saying density, 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 we are just, in order for these folks here to make this project financially feasible, they had to jam this much density, 13 lots per acre. We are taking way less profits to be able to please the neighbors, to please council, and to make sure that we're all working together towards building something that works for everybody. So this is important for people to understand. We're not being greedy. I'm happy to send you this. You're welcome to validate it. You're welcome to talk to whoever you want to talk to about this. It's 100% correct. There's no wishy-washy stuff in there. Our proposed site plan, again, this is what we have sent as part of our proposal to council when we have put our purchase offer. And we did say it was about 380 lots in total for all 3 properties. We are bang on with our assessment. A couple of things that we changed. Initially, in this piece here, we're supposed to put only our 1 lots for everything facing William Rancher, right here. Everything else was supposed to be 40-foot lots, 30-foot lots here. So what we've done instead is we expanded all of this area to be our 1 lots. We believe this is good. It's going to look great. So basically, we create a nice big buffer for the neighbors on the Seneca estate side, and we'll still have a nice buffer here with the neighbors. So the Alcocers and the Hendersons, the Hendricksons, etc. So as we move forward, what I wanted to do here is talk about the typical lot size. Although we asked for 100-foot depth as a minimum, this is not our plan. Our plan is to go with 112.5 across the whole board. The reason why we asked for 100 is because some corner lots, we need to shrink this, the depth and expand this way. So the code, if we don't say 100 as a minimum, we will not be able to do that. So we'll not be able to fill those corner lots. The depth is the same across all, so 30-foot, 40-foot, or 60-foot lots. We are shooting for a minimum of 112.5. That is in the current plan. So if you look at the William Rancher side, we have put a big area here that is a green space. We have also, there are some trees in this area, oak trees, beautiful, couple big oak trees, like 45-inch oak trees, gorgeous. So we're reserving some spot for those. We are dedicating 4 acres of land. We'll talk about this in a bit. But effectively, the count here is 205, as Melinda said. This is the master plan, which is very consistent with what we have submitted as part of our master zoning plan to council. All right, this is the fire plan for the chief. The relocation of Samaritan Drive, we're just shifting Samaritan Drive by about 80 feet this way. And the reason behind it is purely design. By doing that, we are highly likely to move the utilities that come with that. The utilities right now lie right on Samaritan Drive. So the water comes this way, and then the sewage is basically going down that way. So we will have to relocate all of this inward, eastward a little bit. This is just some background on the area. This area was all farmland. Going back to 1995, there was hardly any trees on it. If you look at this historical aerial, there are just a few trees here. These are the oak trees. That's it. Everything else was shrub. Look at the Samaritan property. The only trees, a concentration of trees, were actually just in the canal. So the city took all of this stuff out to build the drainage canal. But that's the only concentration that was there back in 95. Also, around 2000, that whole area was being developed, so there was a lot of fill. So this was used as a dumping area by the surrounding construction sites. This also means that there's a lot of costs that come with that, and invasive trees grow on this. So talking about the trees, tree preservation means a couple of things. Tree preservation doesn't just say, well, keep the trees. Tree preservation says keep the good trees, the trees that are native to this area. Anything that is non-native is considered invasive. And when you look at invasive type trees attack and kill native trees. All right, so as part of a tree preservation plan, one does not only keep trees, one must remove bad trees, diseased trees, dead trees, and invasive trees. That's part of a preservation plan, and plant new trees. So the National Geographic defines invasive species very clearly. If it's not native, it's invasive. And this is a list of all the native trees to San Antonio. Happy to, again, we'll send this around. What you will find is there are only a couple of types of trees. There's the live oaks, and there's the pecans, and some elms that are the only native trees on these properties. Everything else is invasive. So everything in red is invasive. This is important. I wanted to address this. We spent a lot of effort and money on this to make sure that everything is classified properly. So this way you're looking at all the different types. So ash, juniper, even the cedar, believe it or not, some people may think they're good trees. Chinaberry, hackberries, ligustrum, mesquite, all invasive trees. 93% of all the trees that are on these properties are invasive. So that is why when we come in asking for consideration on the fees, we're saying, please don't make us pay fees to remove invasive trees. It just doesn't make any sense. And it's already going to cost us a lot of money to remove these trees to start with. It's part of our cost, development cost, but we just want to invite you to consider with us. We're not being greedy. We're just saying, look, we have to deal with, we want to keep as many of these live oaks as possible. The pecans, we're actually, I'll talk about it in a bit. We have a swack of a whole field of pecans, almost like an orchard, and the back towards the creek. We want to maintain that. We want to make sure we actually didn't count that because we wanted to keep it protected altogether. So we're not developing anything in that area. Anyway, so when it comes to our proposed tree preservation plan, we're looking at removing about 340 invasive trees, planting about 400 native trees, and dedicating 4 acres of green space to the neighbors for the enjoyment. So this is what it looks like. If you look at this area here, if anybody was to take a quad or just walk all the way around, you will see this is absolutely stunning, beautiful. Everything here is shrub, basically, but this area here we want to preserve, and we want to build a trail going through it that will link. If you look at this here, this is actually the San Antonio pathway, the Hebner Creek pathway that links up to the whole network across the city. So to that effect, what we did with this development, and as we looked, working with the engineers and with the architects, we wanted to design something very unique for the area that the neighbors will benefit from, the residents will benefit from, and will make it a little bit of a different, unique type development. And I'll explain what that is. So what we've done is we're looking at a street design that is extremely unique. What does it look like? So we will have, this is standard, you'll have the sidewalk, you'll have some landscape, and you'll have a rolling curb. They're not hard curbs. And then what we will do is we'll have on the one side of the street, it's a parking lane. Simple. Nobody can drive on it. People can just park there. That's the designated parking area. On the other side of the street, we're going to have a bike lane, right? The bike lane is reserved for the children and for families to be able to take their bikes and ride around the neighborhood. Now, we will still have a 20-foot street. The interesting thing about this is this was very well thought of because, one, we wanted to enable movement and access for emergency vehicles. One of the key concerns for the fire department is that people will be parking on both sides of the street. So we're saying we will stop that from happening if we designate just the one side of the street as parking lane. Who's going to park in a bike lane? I mean, come on. Nobody's going to park in a bike lane. So our hope is that we're able to enforce that by just the way we design will make an inherent type of behavior and make sure that people are indeed parking on one side of the street. We'll just force them to. All right? So we believe this is a pretty cool design. More interestingly, so there's about 2 miles of bike lanes inside the neighborhood. Not just for the neighbors to enjoy, but also for the other neighborhoods to enjoy. This is the bike path that we are looking at. So on the outside, let me just step you through it. Let me do this. So this is the development. You see those dot lines. Now it's populating. This is the outside loop for a path that is a wider path. It's going to be anywhere between 6 and 8 feet, in some areas 10 feet wide. This is where families can just, this is dedicated, people can just cycle there. There will be no traffic of any type. People can walk, people can cycle. And that links up to, right here, we're going to have a meeting area, and it links up to the San Antonio Hebner Creek pathway. All right? So the neighbors in Seneca Estates can ride their bikes right through and cut this way or come all the way around, and it'll go right through the park area. Now, in addition to this, as you look at how this is populating now, you're going to have bike lanes across the whole neighborhood. Why is that important? Because, and it links up in certain spots. If you look at the corners here, it links up to the outside loop. If it's a young family, we expect a lot of young families to go in there. Somebody has a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old. We want them to be able to bike safely throughout and to link out to the loop so that they're not on the street. Even on the bike lanes, we want to take them off the street. All right? So this is a lifestyle as we're designing. I believe at the end, do we take questions now? Or I believe at the end we'll have a chance to...
Yeah, Mr. Shadi, if you could
yes,
kind of wrap things up. We have
well, I mean,
large...
if this is not important to the community, we don't have
No,
to
I appreciate it. I mean,
so
it's
I
enlightening.
mean, this is,
yeah.
so we've gone through a lot of effort, and I'm explaining this in detail because it's important for the neighbors to see. This is extra cost for us. It costs us from a design perspective. We had to switch lots around so that we can enable this kind of living experience, not just for the residents of this community, but also for the adjacent residents. So in terms of city improvement cost allocations, these are all questions that came up last time. I wanted to be clear got our accountant to look at this, and effectively, this is what I was talking about. As you look at increasing density, you're looking at the cost allocated to the city shrinking from 3 million for 120 lots down to 730,000. You see here how our costs go up and the city's costs go down. Also, in terms of impact on city service cost, a lot of people were saying, well, hold on, we're going to build this and we're going to incur all these extra costs to support this new community. Between 2025 and 2029, there's no additional cost during the construction area at time until we get to a point where very, very little additional cost. And between 2029 and 2044, there will be hardly any road maintenance cost. Between 2029 and 2079, that's 50 years, there's hardly any underground utilities maintenance cost. This is what makes for service costs for the city. In terms of police services, you look at the Ridge, for instance. It's in your neighborhood. You have, young kids, pride of ownership. These don't require a lot of police services. It's not like apartment buildings, right? Nor do we have a lot of the new code. Obviously, the new homes are built to higher safety standards and fire standards, right? So all of this says what people think about in terms of like immediate impact to the city on its services, we challenge that. And these numbers here, they come from reliable other municipal governments, including the city of San Antonio. Impact on the city budget, I'm pretty much done. In 2025, the city will get, everybody knows that we're paying $2 million for the city property. That money will come in with that's pure money coming into the city budget. Simple. In 2026, there'll be the improvement cost that will come in at about $730,000. The net to the city here as part of this transaction is $1.3 million. And then around 2027, we start seeing some property tax revenues. By 2029, we expect to hit about $815,000 in yearly tax revenues. That's all I have, and I appreciate everyone's time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shahadi. And it is 7:43, and we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of this meeting. I'm sure we have some questions or comments.
Yes, hi. I'm Amandine Grenier. My husband is Alonso Cordova. We're actually the little rectangle that was shown that was in white. I have questions for you. That rectangle, the way it was shown, is basically land locking us. And I'd like clarifications on how it would affect us. Also, you're putting a bike trail on essentially right next to my property. So how do I avoid this to get home? I just have, questions, obviously. I'm also opposed to the rezoning given the number of houses are being built. I think this is very high density. I don't understand why. I understand why we can keep it at an R1, but to my understanding, it really only impacts the developer, how much profit is making, and I don't think that should be the concern of our community. I think the concern should be that everyone is safe. I do like all the parks. I do have concerns about, these young families bringing in children. That's great, but that's going to increase traffic. That's going to increase the school buses. I also read on a document that aids would be removed, so I have questions about that because that's currently what I take to go home. So that could be addressed. Oh, sorry. Is it possible to get an answer? Or? Okay, sorry.
Yep, Mr. Shahadi, if you appreciate you responding, but if we can keep them pretty concise, yeah, thank you. I expect we'll have a good amount of people asking questions or commenting.
All right, so in terms of being landlocked, you currently have an easement onto AIDS, and that stays. Yeah, so exactly. So basically, if you look at Seneca Drive being extended, so I just had a conversation earlier that there's a desire to keep this portion. I'm sorry.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, if we can turn on the pointer. And remember, no comment from out in the audience. If you have something to say, you had your chance up at the dais. That's for everyone, okay?
Okay, so this part from, here's where Samaritan is right now, okay? So this part right here, all the way to your house, is not AIDS Drive. That is a private access easement that was granted to you by a property owner. The part of AIDS Drive we're talking about is up here. So actually it's over here. AIDS Drive that is now over here would be closed down and moved over, and this would extend up to the existing Seneca Drive right here. Does that make that a little clearer for you? And at the next meeting, I've asked him to provide us with a site plan that shows a 100-foot boundary around the whole thing, so we've got a clearer view. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, thank you. That's good. So effectively, like this part here will not be affected. Nothing will be affected here. We would like to keep this as AIDS Drive. We just had an earlier conversation. So even though it starts as Seneca here, the moment we hit William Rancher, we will maintain the name of AIDS. Nothing will change here. In terms of your access, should not change. In terms of the bike path, yes, the bike path will have to cross. So, but those bike paths, it's very normal that people basically cross. I mean, you just have to be careful as you're coming out, that's all. Right? I mean, all roads really have bike paths for people cross. So, in terms of being landlocked, you won't be landlocked. You will still keep the majority around your property as a park space, right? So that's it. Any other questions?
Thank you. All right, sir. And state your name.
Hello, my name is Tom Benavides. I live at 5914 Seneca Drive. Just want the commission to look at these points I have on the properties here, including the 27 acres that was previously rezoned to R6. And if these are rezoned, these are the numbers I got from staff. There'll be 163 homes built on the 27 acres and 205 in the new section, bringing it to 368 homes. There's currently 128 homes in Seneca West. So if you add those two numbers, that's 496 homes. There's no neighborhood in Leon Valley that has that many homes with only 2 exits. And those exits go onto Bandera Road, a heavy road, far heavier than Evers or Hebner Road. So I just want to make that consideration. And I also want to mention Mr. Campos, City Councilman, and Mr. Mata both mentioned kind of like a precedence. If you, on the last item, if you let the guy with the tire shop, the other property, it would set a precedence. So this is what Mr. Campos mentioned, that this would cause a precedence on the other remaining property. So that becomes an issue for long term. If you look at I've been looking at the master plan. I've scoured the Bexar County Appraisal District to look at all these properties. And like I say, it would put a tremendous volume of traffic on Seneca Drive in the future. Also, for those little lots, I've been planting trees for over 50 years. I've been on all the committees here, Tree Advisory Board, Park Commission. And the native trees that we have will bust all the foundations from all those homes there. Those pecan trees and the live oaks, they're going to destroy the foundation. And that creek is going to have to get fixed because what dumps off the ridge is going right down that creek, and underneath the Alcacer's home, it's going to get clogged up in the future, and those homes are probably going to get flooded. Every time it rains, I go up there and look to see what's going on. So I just want to consider that. I know if he can maybe fix the plan or whatever, but just consider that whenever you decide on this item. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, if you... Is there a way we can move that? That way we can have people coming up with a better flow and we're not wasting time.
Hello, I'm Linda Barker, and I live on Grass Hill, and I would like to thank the zoning members that voted against the R6 on the previous property that we're going to be saddled with. Thank you for voting no on the R6, even though the city council caved on it. We're all here to stop this person, the company he represents, from destroying our neighborhood in this small city. I have questions. I have to question his relentless attempt to force this proposed plan on our neighborhood. I currently have a family member in the hospital in Seguin, and I drive back and forth down I-10 to get to Seguin, and there's acres and acres and lots of all kinds of property that wouldn't impact any neighborhood. Why this one? That's a question I have. Also, I wanted to say that he keeps talking about, oh, it's going to cost me this, and I've paid for that, and I'm going to go for this, and it's going to cost me that, and I'm going to have to do this. That's part of developing. I'm an interior designer, and I have 4 years of architecture. This is what you do, and you have to roll that into your costs. If he's going to charge what we were told, $400,000 per unit, if you put in 400 units, approximately 400 units, that's $160 million. I think he can afford to do this stuff that he's complaining about having to pay for. Please do not rezone this for R6. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could have people that want to speak raise their hand, that would be helpful. Are we done? Well, yeah.
Thank you to the commissioners who want to listen, or at least are listening and not trying to rush it along. We did have one of your commissioners actually, after your group had voted 5 or 6 to 1 against the prior zoning, we had one of your commissioners actually go to council and say, I'm in favor of it, I think that's a little bit of a conflict. But my main concern, I am objecting to it. We did have a notice sent to us, and we also had a flyer, one of the things that the kids use, cardboard, put up. Maybe the closest house to it that was affected was at least 1,000 feet away. And on one side, it had reflected a meeting from 2021. And the other side had something on this meeting. And with the way the wind blows, it blew it kind of down. So you saw the meeting on 2021. Nobody driving around there. It's a walking area. Nobody drives around there. So it wasn't seen. I brought it up to the city. It's a problem that the city has. But I would just like you to go home to your homes tonight and measure any side of your home and see if any side is less than 30 feet wide. That's going to be the width of this property. I don't care how many properties are around. The reason the ones in Leon Valley is because one developer comes after another and said, well, the city council voted to have it, and therefore we're entitled to it too. So instead of getting this property that the city said we'd have part of it saved, it's being put into smaller and smaller lots. The development does seem good that Mr. Shahadi's proposing, but it would be beautiful if it were on R1 lots, which is the only thing we wanted. It's unbelievable that in today's world, you can just say, well, these are all sold, $450,000. just down the street. There's no housing developments behind the ones on Hebner and Babcock. There's none over on Hebner itself. It's just wrong. Would appreciate your vote against it.
Thank you. Yeah, if we can show of hands of, yeah, that would help.
Hello, my name is Richard Reyes. I live on 6407 Royalty Point, pretty close to the edge of William Rancher and Seneca, just outside the property. So I think most people are concerned about the density and traffic, and that's my concern too. I do appreciate the bike lanes. I do ride bikes, and that's a great idea about, and that kind of forces everybody just to park on one side. But the intersection of Seneca and William Rancher, and what's I'm sure you're aware is there's a big CPS tower there also. CPS tower, bar ditch, a new road, kind of rehabbed. So I think you're going to have to do a lot of work for William Rancher, which is the city's cost, I'm sure. And that's also some trees involved in there too. So that's my big concern is right there, that traffic. Because you're going to have two lanes, and that's the lane, that's the way, that's where the light is at. So people are going to be coming in that way. Not so much going out, but coming in that way. And it's going to be, what's the final count? 300 and something homes. Usually 1.9 cars per home at least, maybe 2.1. So that's a lot of traffic, especially peak times. So, and I do appreciate he's doing, I agree with his comments on the trees. A lot of them are trash trees. I'm glad he's going to put some better quality trees. So that's a good consideration. Oh, the only thing that's kind of a little disingenuous, those areas that he talked about, the densities, a lot of those are gated communities. So they're a little denser than a normal residential. Or not, but that's why you got the $400,000 cost, and housing costs do increase. But this is a bigger area than the Enclave or something like that. So that's another consideration. That's it. That's my comments.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sharon Hendricks, and I live at 6015 AIDS with my husband Ray, and we are opposed to the rezoning. We have a master plan that the city has that ensures that new development, whether commercial or residential, fits our city. Well, Seneca West is an undeveloped property right now, and it's zoned R1 and RE1, and that's the best fit for our subdivision. We already have 27 acres coming in as a PDD R6 with variances that's like different size lots. And so now we need to keep the rest of it, hopefully, as less dense. And that's why we're opposed to this. On the other hand, we know sooner or later this is going to get developed one way or another. And so my husband and I had asked already, or have started the conversation about Seneca. As it goes across, right now it says Seneca, but as it leaves William Rancher and goes through the property, we would like it named AIDS Drive, because our AIDS Drive is going to be destroyed, probably dug up. And so we are asking that. He was the third mayor of Leon Valley, and back then you had something named after you. And so we think it's really important to keep the history of our city and keep our street, AIDS Drive, as part of this new subdivision or new area. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Yep. If we can, yep, show hands when we're wanting to speak. Appreciate that. Gives me an idea of whether to close out the public portion or not. So
Thank you.
Albert Alcocer, on 8th Street. I don't like it. Why? I guess because we're used to the woods. You can go out in the yard, see deer, hawks, eagles, you name it. And I think we ought to leave it like it is. It's R1. I think we can fill it up with R1. Why? The location. You drive up, you get on the interstate, you look down, what do you see? The medical center. A lot of doctors, a lot of medical. The boot camp urologist makes $500,000 to start. You know, they can't afford a lot in R1 lot here. And you would like it because of the location. 5 minutes to work. Another thing I didn't much like, the guy upstairs built all these trees. Some are, they call them not very good trees. Why? Because it's a forest. We can't have all oaks, all mesquites, all pecans. And this is what the guy upstairs put down here. I don't like them just being wiped out and being replaced by a 1-inch tree. Good tree, right? How long will that tree before it grows and does something? A long time. Another consideration, Saudi, is Samaritan and AIDS. I guess you know about the dump. The dump. I happened to be working a lot on horses at the time, and I saw, do you know how deep that dump is? How deep? Well, yeah, I was out there in the field, and I said to my wife, you know, that's a lot of garbage. That's when they remodeled Fredericksburg Road. All that asphalt, sidewalks, cement, poles, rebar was all dumped in that corner. And are you going to build houses on top of that? Huh? You're going to go down, because the 18-wheelers would go in that hole, and I couldn't see them. And I was in the field doing a horse. So it was like they went down past the sewer line.
Mr. Alcocer.
Sewer.
Mr. Alcocer, if you can address the committee here, the board, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, that's basically, I say keep it R1. If they're going to develop it R1, nobody can stop them. All right? And it'll be half-assed livable. Right now, we can't even have a place for the buses. All right? For the kids.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, it is, okay, yeah.
My name is Mark Ferris. I live at 6406 Royalty Point. This is the first hearing, so this is more exploratory right now as opposed to a vote. But I would like the council to ask a couple questions, and I'd like some clarifications. Are all the homes in yellow going to be zero lot line? Is that something that y'all are clear on?
If Melinda or Mr. Shoddy want to address that, yeah. Briefly, please.
No, they will not be zero lot line.
Melinda, which one, respectfully, which ones will be zero lot line?
None of them.
Okay, zero lot line was in Mr. Chahade's presentation.
No, sir. No, he's actually proposing a 2.5-foot separation in between the property line and the house.
And then his presentation will be available tomorrow?
Oh, yeah. In fact, all the items in his project plan are available online. All you have to do is pull up the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, and the whole packet is there. It's big. It's 150 some odd pages.
It's available.
It is.
And then I have another question for you, Miss Melinda. So, in your presentation, we had a total of $3.9 million for the total construction. 1.4 was going to go to Mr. Chahade, and 2.5 was going to go to Leon Valley. And Mr. Shahadi's presentation showed a $2 million bump up front, and then the purchase of the property the city will get $2 million right away, and then he showed $733,000. There seems to be
a disconnect. There sure is.
Where is that?
So he's proposing to move Samaritan Drive, okay? If Samaritan Drive had stayed in the same position, the city would be responsible for a portion of those costs. But now he's moving it inside of his development, and so he's responsible for those costs. He's also responsible for moving the utilities. The city was never responsible for that. We are responsible for the site plan.
Oh, Mr. Mata, can I have a little bit
I'll give you some leeway on that, but we still have a good amount of people here, so I'd appreciate it. And Mr. Shahadi addressed this in a pretty lengthy presentation, but I understand your concerns.
So we own this property right here along Grassville Drive. This is that park that we own. This portion of roadway has never been improved, okay? So on this side, we don't have any right-of-way, so we'll need to get some right-of-way there. This part of it is on his side. This part has already been improved. It doesn't have a sidewalk yet, but it's got curb and good street there. This will be moved. I mean, right now, AIDS Drive is right here. And so that's going to be moved to be Seneca Drive over here. Like I said, we'll get a better site plan at the next meeting so that you can see the boundaries. Okay?
Is TxDOT willing to adjust the light at Seneca and Bandera for the increase in number of homes?
They constantly look at the synchronization of the lights, constantly. They're constantly trying to get them synced. Right now, I was talking to an engineer at TxDOT, and they said, we tried synchronizing them. You know how much time it saved people on Bandera? I said, well, how much? 30 seconds.
All right, sir. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Okay. You know, it would also be helpful if you know you're going to speak, if you want to come up and stand maybe 2-3 feet behind the lectern, that'd be great. Just saves us time. Thank you.
Russell Hernandez. I live at 6406 William Rancher Road. When I look at the blue zone development over here, there's a lot that I like about it. It feels inviting, somewhere I'd want to be, a neighborhood that I would like to be around or near me. And when I look at the red and the yellow, it feels congested. It doesn't have that same, it doesn't grab that same interest. I like that there are these other areas of nature, et cetera, but there's something about, yeah, maybe we do enjoy those places in certain moments, but actually enjoying openness a sense of openness from your home property is meaningful to some extent. And I think I get that a little more from the blue. And then there's a very steep drop off when you kind of look and imagine what life may be like there in the yellow and the red. That's my only feedback.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you. All right, it is 8:09, and I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this. Okay, guys, I really would appreciate it if we could have some hands up or stand up, ready to go.
Tina Chasen, Forest Oaks. February will be a 53-year resident of Leon Valley. Many changes have taken place. I just want to say that back in 2016, maybe 15 or 17, then Councilman Alcazar changed the zoning for that property from R6, which it was, to the now designated ER1. So, most of the people in here have probably lived here since that time and before, so they knew what they were getting into when they bought their homes. And again, I'm going to say that Leon Valley needs the ad valorem taxes We are a small city. We don't have many attractions. We don't have a whole lot of businesses that are going to cause people from outside Leon Valley to come here and purchase items, shop here, stay, relax, have a drink, something to eat. This is something that's going to benefit the entire city of Leon Valley and not just be a so-called detriment to the people that live next to this area. I am definitely in favor of this proposed development.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Mrs. Moritz, you had something to add?
Sorry, I just do have a correction. That whole piece was zoned R1 single family. It was annexed into the city as R1 single family. The R6 came into play in the city's master plan. It had been recommended in the master plan as either R1, R3, R3A, or R6. And what happened was the neighborhood came together and petitioned the city to change the master plan to take the R6 zoning recommendation out. So just a correction.
Sure. Thank you. All right, it is 8:11, and I'm going to close this public portion of the agenda, and I'd entertain a motion from any of our members here.
I thought we were still discussing this thing.
Yep. If
I
you'd
want
like,
to
sure.
talk to Mr. Kachati, Ms. Moritz, Ms. Aguilar, Ms. Aguilar, would you put up the graphic on the sidewalk, the bicycle thing, no parking?
Let me just remind the commission, there is no vote on this tonight. This is just preliminary
read.
feedback.
Okay.
Not first read, just preliminary feedback.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moritz, I want to ask you, before you sit down, when that parkway goes in effect on Seneca, coming out of Seneca and Grass Valley, what are the routes off of Seneca and Grass Valley on the Bandera once that parkway goes in? Will they still have the lights down there at those designated areas, Seneca, Bandera, and Grass Hill?
Grass Hill does not have a traffic signal, so
Right, I know
it's just
that.
Seneca and Bandera. And I think what TxDOT is proposing is to do an R-cut, and so there would no longer be a left turn option at that light. So if you were coming out of the neighborhood, you wouldn't be able to take a left. You're going to have to take a right, go down, and use a turnaround of some kind.
Same way on Grass Hill, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have two right turns
Yes,
on
sir.
Bandera once that parkway goes in.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Kachata, I see this parking lane you have up here. I see the bicycle lane. And you actually think Texans are going to abide by that?
Well, let me tell you, if
We
they
don't
can,
have
if
enough.
they can fit their vehicle in a 4-foot parking spot, then good on them.
Well, Mr. Kashada, we don't have enough police officers to patrol that area right now. And you propose all this money we're going to get from taxes and all that after several years. We're hurting for money now in this city. We're hurting for police officers. We got police officers not even enforcing our laws here in the city right now. And you expect them to enforce it on this parking lane and a bicycle lane? It's not going to happen. I'm against this lane. And then you have this traffic going down Seneca and Grass Hill with this parkway going in. How are they going to get out? I'm against this thing. Grant you, I think you bought a piece of property. Everybody would like to see it developed in some way, but I cannot see the congestion it's going to cause once these people start buying these houses, and the traffic, especially if the parkway goes in. It's going to be a long time before we used to see starts gaining the taxes so we can hire police officers or have enough firemen to take care of the city. That's all I got to say.
All right. Yes.
I don't know if this is a proper forum to ask this question, but I noticed in your presentation that you have a lot of, future data. everything from the taxes to you name it, and you have it all by dates. I get it. There have been a couple of people who have actually mentioned this, and I understand we need to grow the city. I understand we need to have, taxes coming in and all that. But if you think about the dates that you had up there, some of us may not be around for those dates. Who's going to be here? The children, right? Have we thought about the impact on the children? I know we did traffic impact assessment analysis. Have we looked at, are there going to be new schools? Are we going to be able to take these kids in? What schools will they be going to? What middle school will they be going to? Are we going to need another high school? These are the things that we need to look at, not just the financial aspect and the pretty stuff, but our future, which are the children. So I don't know if this is something that I would ask Melinda or ask our councilman to go forward, but has Northside been brought into this? And if not just that one, but all the places that are going up.
Northside, I haven't talked to them in a while because I'm not in that position anymore, but they used to call us once a year and say, hey, what's the zoning on your vacant land? And so they would calculate out how many units could be per acre. And that's why we have Driggers Elementary going in, also from the development that was in San Antonio. So they future plan like crazy. Okay. And they always consulted us about what the zoning was and what was allowed on that property.
Thank you. I was not aware of that. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Well, I will say that Texas DOT, in some articles that came out, we were discussing this very development several months ago. They did say that they appreciate that the cities, they mentioned San Antonio, were sticking to their master plan because of the future impact that the city is going to undergo. And so the master plan keeps it at an R1. And I am a little suspicious that over half of these lots that we've seen up here are high density, 144 of these lots with a 30-foot width. That's more than half of the construction. So it's a little suspect to me, even though I know he's put a lot of work into this. The reality is...
I will say, I think that's debatable, whether it's half, but...
it's 144
Mr. Shahade,
lots.
do you have any input on that?
What is the question?
I mean, we're talking, if you look at the size of the property, are these lots that are 30 foot in width?
It's stated right here in black and white.
Yeah, well, hold on. Do they comprise more than half of your development?
The 30-foot lots?
Yes.
No. The 30-foot lots, I believe there are 146 lots out of 380, yes. So
Well,
that's
we were
about...
discussing 205 lots originally.
Oh, sorry.
Numbers
We're
are
looking...
kind of-
Yeah, we're talking about the whole...
We're talking about the master plan, right? If
No, we're talking about your what's stated here in black and white. Originally, we were talking 205 homes that are going to be built, and I'm looking right here. It says black and white, 144 lots at 30. That's high density. All those yellow.
What you're talking
But
about
that's
here,
not what
yes,
you said.
yeah.
You said
That's a
more than
portion.
half.
That's a portion of the master plan, right? So this is what's currently in scope, and this is basically what's already been approved. So we're a little bit out of sync on our master plan, but it's always been back in January when we had the town hall meeting. That's what we presented the consolidation of all three in order for us to be able to have a proper planning and to be able to make sure that we do have the connections, all the IFC requirements met. So all of that was going to happen as part of the master plan. So you're right. When you look at just this piece here, it is more than 50%. With this here, it is about 35% or 40%.
Yep.
I was right.
All right. Well, again, we're not voting on this, so I propose we close out this item, and I guess at some point Mr. Shahade will come back. I understand it doesn't have to be the next meeting, but Yeah, let's move on to agenda item 6. Discussion and possible recommendation to amend the Leon Valley City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 15 zoning, Article 1502 zoning, Division 6, districts, boundaries, and use regulations, Section 150237 PDD. Ms. Moritz?
Hi, so I had given y'all homework. Who brought their homework? PDD. So I had given y'all the Leon Valley current plan development district zoning regulations, and then I had given you the City of San Antonio's zoning regulations for a similar thing, planned unit development.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, that's small. So was there anything that y'all wanted to add to this, remove from this? Do you want to consider it some more? But if you can postpone it to the next meeting, but then that's it. I'm not having it anymore after that.
Yeah, my issue, this was a pretty jam-packed agenda. I think we're all...
I'm happy to postpone it because I know it's getting late. But,
I think it'd be
but
better.
seriously,
Yeah.
for the next meeting, please bring me your suggestions for any changes that you want. You don't have to change it. You can leave it right like it is. But I think there's some pretty good wording in the San Antonio ordinance that we should probably put into our planned development district.
Melinda, I was looking at it today, and it is a lot, and under the San Antonio plan, it does make references to certain policies, and I couldn't access that.
Oh, okay.
So,
Let me send you those.
yes.
Okay, sounds good.
Because it's, some of the things are actually attached that said, this is what it would look like, or this is the description of something, and I couldn't access it.
Okay, no problem. We'll get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We had a question, but I don't think we've really opened up this agenda item for,
What I'll do is...
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be, we don't have to have a
I'll
public
start
hearing
sending
on
me
this.
your suggestions and send those now, before,
Okay.
within the next month. Once you do that, I'll put that in a PowerPoint, we'll put it up, and we can have public comment and everything, too.
Very good.
Sound good?
Very good.
So now we need to get a motion and a second to postpone it to the next meeting.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we, go ahead.
You want to turn on your mic?
I move that we postpone this item till our next meeting.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, any announcements from any of our board members or city staff? Yes, Mr. Blackmore.
I got two announcements. Ms. Aguilar, make sure you take, we have 3 council members here tonight. Mr. Bradshaw, Mr. Orozco, and Mrs. Martinez's husband out there. The other thing I want to set the record straight, I retired with the honorable discharge with the MSM, Military Service Medal. I also held a top secret clearance, White House clearance, by the way. Never had any disciplinary action against me. So if you go spread lies,
Mr. Blackmore?
don't spread them on me.
Mr. Blackmore, you started this. We're not here for this kind of mudslinging, and you started this, okay?
You started it years ago.
Sir, I think you need to consider how you conduct yourself in these committees. That's enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
It is 8:24, and let's adjourn this meeting. Thank you.
Huh? Well, you spread lies about other people in this city. I know they're lies. You're trying to spread lies about me?
Nobody believes that. Nobody.
Yeah, it's about time you grow up, asshole. Hey!
Yeah, I'm not going to put up with that, okay?
Don't put up with it. Why are you standing here then?
Well, I have a right to stand here.
You stand there.
If you're
Go
gonna-
away.
You're going to go there. Expect
Go
a
away.
response.
Yeah, you're going to get a response.
Better expect a response. That's very childish, Blackmore.
No, that's
You still haven't grown up. Hey, like,
It's all right. Here comes the police. Yes, sir, I will. How are you? I'm doing good. How about yourself? I sure am. Thank you so much, ma'am. You have a good evening. Thank you. Huh? Whose phone?
Somebody's phone? Yours?
Go ahead. Okay. Just want to make sure. I'm slow, so you here. I have some of those days too. Where I'm very slow. It's not a good day. It is. You're old and you're supposed to enjoy and you can't even move. You know, when you move, it hurts like. Yes, ma'am, I feel you on that one. That's the one that's online. If you go on, no, he handed me his presentation because I didn't have the PowerPoint for it. But the one that is online is his presentation that he gave tonight. Yes, sir. Yes. There was no changes. I just didn't have a PowerPoint with the colors. Yes, sir. Maybe. Could we, oh, sure. Don't get one of them. And, you know, what a lot of people say is, I'm going to be, honest with you, if I live here, my kids always live. Yeah, both my kids went to private school. So, you know, it's like they say, when you move into the King William area, you send your kids to